Okay, we are live. Good morning to everyone. We're back at it with the time tracking app, and we're gonna just continue where we left off yesterday. I'm just gonna take a look at the chat to see what's going on. What were you doing the years when you didn't code? What's the secret to keeping the abilities? So I almost didn't write a single line of code for 2 years, and the reason for that was that it was sort of dramatic because there was like, I don't know what to explain, but there were things that happened, like deaths and things like that happened with people that were relatively close to me, not super close, but like relatively close, I guess. And a lot of that just made me question the way that I was approaching work, because I ended up in this place where work for me is YouTube, and what I ended up in was just this space where I was like looking for what is almost like the easiest video that I can make that I believe has potential to get views. And so I was in this spiral of like looking for the easiest videos that I could make, so that I could then make as many as possible in like as short a time as possible, so that I could kind of get ahead of schedule, because I was trying to post every single week. And so if I made 4 videos one week, that meant that I could basically be free for 4 weeks. So I kind of caught myself in that and realized that, okay, well, do I really want to be living a life where I'm working to be able to do something else? Like, I was working really hard on the videos so that I could then go do whatever I wanted. And I started questioning that, because I started thinking like, well, maybe I shouldn't be focusing on working so that I can be free. Maybe I should focus on finding something where I enjoy the work that I do as much as I do my free time, so that I actually enjoy the process of working and I'm not trying to get away from it constantly. And that just made me question a lot of things. And then that questioning, I guess, led to me trying to figure out like, okay, why don't I like this, or why am I trying to get away from it? And the conclusion that I came to was like, well, maybe it's the programming. Maybe I don't like to code, and I'm now stuck having to code all the time. And some of the reason for that was also because the videos that took the longest to make, or were the most difficult to make, were the ones where I had to code, because like coding on something can take you, like if you really want to make progress on something, you need to spend hours and hours focused on coding. And it's hard to combine that with also making a video about it. And especially when the video, let's say it's a project that I have an idea for, and I know that I only have 1 week to finish this, both the project and the video. That means that I have to sort of beforehand estimate, okay, how big is this project? Can I even attempt this project? Because do I have the time for it? And that made me select projects that would fit in the timeline of like maybe 3 days of coding, because then I needed 2 or 4 days of editing. So that whole thing meant that the coding itself, there was a lot of pressure on the coding. So I think I sort of misinterpreted what I thought was not fun about it. And I think what was not fun about it was the pressure to finish a project that might actually need like 3-4 weeks of work. and actually trying to finish that in like a couple days, or like I was doing the 1-day builds videos, and that was like, as soon as I attempted a 1-day build, that would be easily like anywhere from 12 to like almost 20 hours of just coding to get a 1-day build to work. And so imagine that, but for 3 days out of the week, and then trying to make a video out of it. That just made me feel like, okay, maybe I shouldn't focus on programming. Maybe I should do other videos that are easier to make, so I'm not as like pressured and I don't feel like I'm burning out. And so I started, like, as I was questioning all of that stuff, like I said, confused it and thought that programming was the thing that I didn't like. And so I thought, well, maybe I should just stop programming. I should never make videos about programming. I should just make videos about other things. And so I started doing that for about 2 years. And now, just in like the spring or like in January sometime, I sort of started coming more and more to the realization that maybe I do like programming, and maybe the problem wasn't coding, but it was actually the way that I set my life up for coding. Like the way that everything was set up, it was set up so that coding would feel super stressful and super, like, it would take away all the fun part of coding. Because some of the fun stuff with programming is the fact that like, you don't know how long a project is going to take. You don't know how to solve all the problems. And something that really takes away the pressure from that is when you don't have a deadline that is just completely unrealistic. I think sometimes deadlines can be really useful because you can push yourself to do or to get things done that you normally wouldn't have been able to get done. So in that way they can be useful, but it's also something that will take away a lot of the joy in the like creative process of programming. So then I started like tinkering a little bit with some ideas that I had in January this year, and I started realizing that, okay, actually I do enjoy the process of programming. So then my task was figuring out, like, how can I continue to program and continue to make videos about it without ending up in the space that I was 2 years ago, where I was just I just felt I felt very sick of the idea of making another video about programming, or like another video specifically about a project in programming. So the live streams is now a way for me to not have any sort of pressure about how much I get done, but I can just spend like several hours coding and you can see it live, if that makes sense. That's a long explanation to that, but I think a lot of people have been asking me so I figured it was kind of worth elaborating on. What's the secret to keeping the abilities? Well, that's also something that's interesting, because when I got back to it now in January, I realized like there's so much stuff that I've forgotten how to do. Like all the things that were so natural to me like 2 years ago, a lot of that stuff you do forget things when you don't use it. When you don't use it, you lose it. And I think the secret to keeping your abilities is just not taking a break that's too long, because I feel like I was just on the edge of still remembering how to do certain things and still being able to refresh it quite quickly. Is this app going to be open source? Maybe, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how to work with open source in the best way without becoming like an admin and just doing like administrative work. I like to code. I like to see things happen on the screen and like visually get feedback for what I'm doing as I'm coding. And last time I did an open source project, I just ended up sitting on GitHub all day and like looking at issues and trying to figure out, okay, what has this person, like when they were committing stuff, and like trying to figure out the merges and understanding what is the code that this person has added. Is this useful? Does it work with the rest of the project? And all that sort of stuff, which isn't what I typically like. So if there's a way for me to do open source where I can actually code, then I would definitely want to do that. But because I think it's also really like a cool thing to have a community working on an app together. But it's kind of difficult to, or my experience is that it's difficult to not end up in the place where you're actually like just doing administrative work or becoming like this manager of a project. My first iOS game is in review on 2 days now. Can't wait. Oh, nice. Good morning, people. Good morning. Okay. Maybe we should get to it. So this is where we're at. And here's what we want this whole thing to look like. Maybe. I don't really like how this looks, but these things should probably be some other color maybe. Now the question is, if we do white, will it be will it stand out too much? I feel like the border here is just not showing up. What do you guys think? Do you think that looks good, or? It definitely looks better than this thing, but the question is it too... Is it too much? So these should be hints, I think. Use complementary colors, yeah. Can I not select two things? Okay, so. And then the border. Is that better? It stands out a bit too much. Yeah, I think so too. And it's also like, it should just be hints. So the idea is when you use the app, the idea is for that to be just hints for how you can type in a task. So what I'm thinking is that you can type in the task name like this. And then if you want to create a new project, then you can create it by @ing the project. And then if you want to create a tag, you just do hashtag. So the idea is that this should be sort of like hints or instructions for how to show the user or tell the user, this is how you create a project, this is how you create a tag, this is how you add the rate. Make opacity with 0.6. Do you mean that opacity? Yeah, I don't really like the design of this. Like, I basically just took this off of Toggle, I think. But I don't like the way that this looks. Like it should be, I think for context, this should also be buttons. So you should be able to press them. And when you press them, it should add an at in the text field. But, how would it look like without the borders? It would look like that, which I don't know how they, how do you even figure that out? Like, how do you know how UX is supposed to, UX, because it's basically explanations for the user. It's exposition for users. Yeah, I think we need for it to be buttons or to have borders, just so the user knows that it can be pressed. Perhaps a slightly darker background. Oh, okay, for this thing. Fill. And then send backward. Okay. Maybe something like that. I'm not sure. Yeah, I feel like when it's a little bit darker, I feel like it looks like it's already been pressed. Maybe like that. What if we did that for all of them? Actually, 98, might as well be 100. 100, and then let's see what happens if we do that. Okay, wait. Move them to the front. Project tags rate. I feel like that looks better as buttons or as the thing, but it's also not supposed to necessarily need to be pressed. So I feel like it kind of takes away from this, like it becomes very cluttered, where it's like you see, okay, there are buttons here, but then there's also buttons here, and there's buttons here, there's too many things. So maybe it is actually better to just have it like this, so it's not super obvious that you can press them, but it's kind of like it's just funny if we go back to the start, but maybe that's the best thing, because it kind of, the other way around, it becomes very similar to this. And the only differentiation is that they will be slightly smaller here. Yeah, I think it's also not super important. Okay, so I think I want these things to be a little bit bigger so they look closer to this. In iOS you have a secondary color that is a bit less visual. Don't they have that in Flutter? Yeah, I guess like you can make it any color. So yeah, I don't really know what you mean. I think I understand it, but I can't think of an example of it. This is it in like white, with white background. And you ever used any no-code tools? No, I haven't used any. There was someone that said there's like this Flutter builder thing that you can use, which is like almost like a website builder. But I still feel like I guess there's not enough functionality. Like I wouldn't use a website builder if I wanted to build a tool for my website, or like a tool. But I would use it if I just wanted to build a website, because a website is very simple and it doesn't need that much. Yeah, Flutter Flow, yeah, that's the one. Foreground style dot secondary. Okay, maybe we can find foreground style dot secondary example. But yeah, I don't feel like no-code tools for app building works the same way. Like if you want to build certain apps, then it would work, but those apps would have to probably be close to close to the way that you would think about making a website. Like making a tool like this, I feel like it would be difficult. Not necessarily because of the UI, like you could probably create the UI to look like this, but the actual logic behind the UI is what's more complex, and that's what I feel is probably going to be lacking with those tools. It's not a website builder, it's an application builder, and you can use custom code. They even have pre-made plugins from pub.dev. So Flutter Flow. Yeah, this app will be available for Android as well. Row, contact. Yeah, I understand. Like, it would probably be exactly like WordPress or something, where you can also use your own code with it. And maybe it's more efficient, I don't know. But I feel like for people, like, if you're building like a software as a service app, then you probably wouldn't use WordPress. And I think this is very similar to WordPress in that sense, because WordPress does allow you to do a lot of things and you can use your own code for many things, but I think it still does have its limitations, which is why most people who build I guess tools, I struggle to come up with another explanation for it, but I think there's most likely, or the only thing that I can come up with is tools. That's the only explanation for it. Where it's like, I don't know how you would even go about building something like this, because you kind of need the freedom to add the code. I feel like you'd be sort of limited to the options of the website, if that makes sense. Maybe not. Maybe I should try it. Yeah, fair enough. If you don't like coding, then yeah, you could probably use it. Var du på posten alltså? Okay. Yeah, so it is a text field. Maybe we need some sort of underline underneath it to show that it's actually a text field. But I think if we run the app from the start again, this is what it looks like when we open it up, and it says enter task details. Maybe it should start with the cursor there, and that would help to show that it's actually a text field. But I'm going to try to design the suggested thing. Okay, font size 20. Okay, that looks a little bit better, I think. And then we want the height to be just a little bit bigger. Height, dot off, context, dot size, dot height, multiplied by 0.1. You can make the hashtag the same color as the background and offset the color a little bit. You can make the hashtag the same color as the background, but offset the color a little bit. Oh, do you mean here? I'm not sure where you mean, really. But you're probably right. Okay, I need to think about the height of this thing. Height, here we go. 50. Okay. I should probably make some sort of list somewhere where I can just show like this is the apps that I'm using, but I'm using Flutter to make the app, and I'm running it in an Xcode simulator and then using VS Code to write the actual code. Media query.off, context.height, size dot height, multiply by 0.2. Okay, that's way bigger than we want. 0.2. Okay. Instagram hashtags background is off-white to the white background, and black text can look okay. Instagram. Is that in a post or? I guess that's an option too, where it's just like blue and you understand that you can click it. Let's see. Okay, that's closer to this, I think. But maybe the font size should be smaller. Okay, I don't know how you can send me that image, but if you can link it maybe. And we study, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Man, you're too bright on camera. Okay, wait. Okay. The thing is that it's like cloud cover here, so all of a sudden the sun will come out and my ND filter will not be ready for it. But thank you for pointing it out. Okay, that looks better, but it's still, I feel like it looks too square, this, and I don't like that. I want it to look slightly more rounded. Border radius, circular, 10. I'm just making stuff up now. Yeah, looks better. Maybe not quite. All right, I'm just making it up, but I think that looks better. Looks closer to that. It would be nice to show the different colors as well. Okay. Task. Task entry widget. Yeah, I think that's the one. Okay, add a new file. And let's create the hashtag suggestions things. What would you even call this little button thing here? Because we already have a suggested thing. So what should we call it? Hint widget dart. Okay, class hint widget extends stateless. Okay, we have the override. And now we save that. And okay, so here is where that is supposed to go. So container, child, let's call it hint widget is the one. Okay, hint widget, perfect. And then we'll go to the hint widget. Return child text hello. Okay. There we go, we have that. So tempo writer, what the fuck are you doing with creating a new stateful or stateless class in a dot file? Just write stful, stateful, and you get auto suggested with everything imported, and you can type the class name. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about really, but do explain. Okay, hello, let's do flat. Maybe we can just make it, no, actually, flat text button. How will you monetize the app? I'm not sure how I'll monetize the app. Depending on, like, maybe I'll just have like, maybe I'll have it cost something to download or to get from the app stores, or maybe I'll do some other thing. I'm not sure. Open VS Code and go into the hint file. Go to the last yellow bracket and type stfo. Okay. All right. That's really nice. I didn't know you could do that. That's awesome. Okay, let's just remove that for now and work with this instead. Container. Why does that become? The constructor being called isn't a constructor. Try to remove the const. Okay. And then child text button. See if I'll remember that for next time. I'm not sure that I will, but it was a really good suggestion. Same with stateless. Okay, maybe I should do it stateless actually. What was it? Less. Okay, and then hint widget. Okay. child vill du dra? Bring back. Yeah, this would save so much time on creating this, because like all the time I have to write all this stuff out, and it's a bit of a hassle. Text button. Child text hello, and then on pressed, I guess, is why it's giving me an error. Okay, let's see what it looks like. That's what it looks like. I would also be very open to hearing what you guys think of like monetization. Like, what do you guys prefer in apps? Do you prefer, because I have ideas for like potentially I could create, because the thing is I want to move away from sponsors as much as possible. I want to just have maybe at the most like 1 or 2 sponsors that I really believe in and really like, and with products or things that I personally really use and that are aligned with me as a person. But I want to move away from it as much as possible, and so I need to come up with some sort of way to monetize my YouTube thing and my app building and all this sort of stuff. So I'd be really interested to hearing what you think of the idea, because I've been thinking about things like potentially creating like a Patreon where there's like a membership for $2 or $5 or $10 per month, and then you'd be able to get every app that I ever build if you subscribe to it. And that would be a way for me to then be able to continue doing this. The other way is for it to be like, for each app that I produce, I then have a higher price, like $10 to $20 or maybe $30 per app, and then you can just pay a one-time fee, and then you get the app for a lifetime. And then you only have to get the app that you want. There's pros and cons to all of them, and I don't really know which one is the best to use, or the one that you guys want or like the most. I think subscription is a good idea, because then I can sort of have some sort of like, I can estimate, okay, this is what I'll make this month and this is what I'll make next month, and it's sort of more reliable, and it's also cheaper per person. Like for the actual person, it might be you only have to pay like $2, let's say, and then you get access to everything. Or the other way is where, depending on where it might be more expensive or too expensive to actually buy the apps. So yeah, that's my thinking right now. I don't know if I'm going to do like a Patreon or create some sort of other thing for it. But let me know what you like the most, because I'll have a look in the chat and then you can tell me. Because I do need to make some sort of money somehow. hello. Okay, so we have a button there. We want this button to be have a outline. So we'll just ask ChatGPT. Oh no, I don't need to address ChatGPT. Can you create a border outline? Okay, so now we have a border around it. App. How about I never thought that I would teach. My initial Flutter YouTube teacher something. I learned Flutter from your videos, so that's that's really good that you can teach me some things now. That's awesome. And how about creating a project management tool for software development, cross-platform? I can contribute to it as well. This can scale because people are actively looking for alternatives to Jira. Yeah, that's something that could be done. The thing is, when I choose a project, I also have to be excited about the project myself. I don't know if I'd have to look into it to see if that would be something that I'd want to do. But yeah, I'd have to look into it. Let's Google Jira, just so that I can Jira soft. Project management. Oh, okay, is that like project management tool for software development? Oh, is it like the, what are they called? There's so many tools for this, I think. Like Notion and all those sort of things. Maybe. Yeah, I think this is interesting, but it's a hard space to get into, I think. Have you tried Co-pilot instead? It's better in my opinion. Co-pilot. Maybe we should just start with this now. Public code filter, user management, data, excluded IP, content, blah, blah, blah. IDE. Conversation tailored to your organization's repositories. Answers based on your organization's knowledge. Access to knowledge. Yeah, I might try this for the next stream, but I'd have to buy it now and I wouldn't do that. And I don't want to do that on stream. Okay. Height 10. Okay. Height media query dot off context dot size dot height multiplied by 0.052. Okay. Yeah, I'll let you know if I think the software management project thing is a good idea, and we can start working on it. In Copilot, you have a chat like ChatGPT, but with all the context of your app. Yeah, I thought that was what it has. You just need a VS Code plugin. Okay. GitHub Co-pilot. Which one is this the one? Or is this the one? 11 million downloads, 17 million downloads. Okay, maybe this is the one. Sign into GitHub. Okay, I'm just gonna I'll do this. Okay, and now it's so super dark because the sun's behind the clouds. Okay, so I'm gonna just sign into GitHub. The extension wants to sign into GitHub, yes. Okay, sign in. Verification code. Okay, I need to set up the two-factor thing. Okay, so I think maybe cool. Okay, I'm not really sure. There's so it seems like my account is locked from payments because some sort of payment hasn't gone through. So I need to update the payment. These things are always so complicated. All right, we're gonna have to do that some other day because right now I can't get it to work. But now we have it installed at least, and we can then, I can set it up after I've stopped streaming. Okay. I don't get why they switch places, the windows sometimes. Okay. text, style, text style, font size 12. Okay. No. 3, 6. Okay, and then the width, I guess it's kind of good. At project. Why don't you get a monitor? Yeah, right now I have this set up to be very portable. So my thinking is that I will then be able to, or I wanted, one of the requirements for me to be actually streaming was for it to be portable, and this whole setup can be packed down into a bag that's like this big, except for the camera and the laptop. And that means that I can stream from anywhere. So I can just take this with me and I can be anywhere and stream, which is important for me because then I will actually be able to stream since I travel a lot to different places. So to me that kind of made sense. Now it does make everything a little bit more complicated because I can't have a second screen for my chat, so I had to build an app to be able to see both the chats at the same time. And then I have that set up on like this little IKEA chair thing. Oh fuck. On this little thing next to my laptop. So it's definitely more complicated, but it does mean that I can take this with me and I can sit on the couch if I wanted to, and I can stream there, or I can sit like right now in my kitchen, and I can also take it with me, which was a requirement. Plus I can work on my MacBook. Hey Cal, I always get inspired by you to build things that I love the most. Yeah, that's great. I never know how to react to it, but that's awesome. All of your travels are in Sweden? No. Sometimes I'll go other places, other countries as well, and this is also really good for that because I can take it with me and I can be in a different country and I can still stream. Okay, color, color dot primary text color. Okay, we have that. Now the question is, because these buttons, like if you press this button, then this text field should populate with an @ If you press this button, it should populate with a tag. If you press this button, it should populate with a $sign. I don't know what the best way is, because the buttons will all look the same, but they will have different text and different functionality. So now the question is, what is the best way to do this? Maybe it needs to have a function. Final function. on pressed. And then we'll do required this dot on pressed. And then text as well. Final string button text. Required this dot button text. Yeah, I could try using a portable monitor, but the thing is that they just weigh too much, and if I go on a plane and I only take a backpack with me, which is usually what I do, then bringing a monitor as well would be kind of difficult. Now I do have I am thinking a little bit about potentially adding my iPad as like a monitor, and that wouldn't take up too much space, and it could just be used for like managing the stream and looking at the chat maybe. Because the setup with the phone is not optimal right now, and I don't know if I have the time or ability to fix the whole thing so that the app actually works a little bit more seamlessly, because now it takes a little bit of setup time to get it to work. I'm working on a 13-inch, which is also quite small. Are you fully remote? Yeah, I'm fully remote. But I'm in my home right now, but I would be fully remote if I decided to. Or this whole setup is fully portable. Okay, so now we have an onPressed function that we're gonna send in here. So onPressed. Function can't be, okay, final void function, no. Is there a way to do on, okay, onPressed. Like that maybe? GitHub Co-pilot, pros and cons, are you using it? I was just trying to set it up, and the payment method failed, so I need to set up my payment method, which I won't do on the stream. But next stream, I'm gonna try, I'm gonna have to write that down so that I don't forget it. Why do you think your YouTube views are low? I think they're lower just because I've been doing random things on my channel. So I think a lot of people have subscribed from ages ago and they were watching for a certain thing, and then I started doing other things. So people got more and more used to not clicking on my videos. And then I think you get into just the way that I do it, I get into a habit of not clicking on certain channels' videos after a while of not watching them. And so even though I go back to making coding videos, I think people are just not in the habit of clicking on my videos anymore. And maybe they weren't satisfied with previous videos as well. So then when a new video comes up, they're less likely to click on it, which means that even though I have a lot of subscribers, a large percentage of those people are now not clicking on the videos. And that also means that YouTube which is trying to figure out, is this a good video? YouTube is trying to figure out, should I show this video to other people? Because YouTube wants people to stay on YouTube. And so they want to show the best videos possible to the users. And so I think what is happening is that I publish a video to YouTube. YouTube thinks, okay, who would want to watch this video? Well, probably people that have watched previous videos of his, and probably people that are even that didn't just watch his videos, but also subscribe to his channel. And so what YouTube will do is it will push my videos to my subscribers. And since a lot of them are now not super excited to watch my videos, most of them probably don't click on them. So YouTube thinks, well, this doesn't look very good. It's like not even the people that have watched his videos previously and have decided to subscribe to them, not even those people are watching this video. So should we really be pushing this to people outside of his subscribers? Probably not. And I think that's why they don't get as many views. But it could also be just purely, it could have nothing to do with that. It could just be that the videos aren't good enough. I don't know. And maybe it's a combination. What's the best advice that you will give to someone that is starting to code? My best advice is find a project that you want to build and then try to learn what you need to know to build that project. Just start with that project, and as you're building it, you'll figure it out and you'll learn what you need to know, because that's always what happens. With programming, every new project that you start will have some part of it that you maybe haven't tried before, and you'll have to learn that. So to me, programming in itself is constantly about learning a new thing. What's for dinner, bro? It's 9:25 a.m. here in Sweden, so it's not the dinner time, it's breakfast time. But I have a shake in my fridge that I'm gonna grab pretty soon because I'm getting a little bit hungry. But okay, now we have this set up, I think. So now if we go into this thing, we can then do this row children maybe we can just do hint widget here. Hint widget on pressed. Joseph, I'm working in IT for over 13 years. I'm actually learning more now than I did when I first started working full time. Yeah, that does make sense to me. Okay, button text at project. And then the on pressed here, I'm not sure what the best way to do this is, but project pressed print project. Actually, we should probably just do the controller.text equals at plus equals, no? equals project pressed. Okay, we run it, and then we'll see, because what should happen now is if we press this thing, it should add an at in the text field here, which it doesn't do. Okay, wait. Controller.text. Set state. What are your thoughts on AI evolving in programming world? Do you feel like developers will be replaced at some point? And also, is there any advice for us developers if that happens? I think my opinion is that I don't think it will necessarily replace people, maybe, but I think it'll basically just take away the repetitive and like boring tasks. So for instance, instead of me writing out an entire thing, I might just be able to say, well, just fix this or just do this. So it will just speed up the rate of programming. Like programmers will become faster at programming. So, and what will happen then, I think, is that the jobs won't necessarily get replaced, but what will instead happen is that the rate of development will increase. So instead of saying that, okay, we need to build this app and we have 6 months to build it, it will be like, okay, we build this app, but we're doing it in 1 month or in 2 weeks. And so I think the time span will just get shorter and shorter and shorter. And I think that's what will happen, most likely. Because you still need, I think, it's hard to know, because like, depending on how advanced it gets, maybe you could be like, okay, I just want to build an app to do, to track time, let's say, and it will build the entire app for me. But the problem is, I think, the creative part, like, I might be able to tell an AI, build a time tracking app for me, but it wouldn't build this app that I want. And yes, I could then tell it, well, I want you to change the background color to this, and I want you to do this, and I want you to do this. And that's what I think will end up happening, is that people will be more, AI might be doing the actual coding, but then you'll still need people to decide what to code, at least for certain things. Yeah, I think it might also generate more jobs. I think it will also open up so that more people can build apps. So now you might not necessarily need to know how to code in order to build an app. You can just talk to an AI, and I mean, there's lots of videos of this on YouTube already, where there's people that don't know how to code, but then they ask ChatGPT to do stuff, and then just ask ChatGPT to fix things, and they don't actually know what they're doing. They're just asking ChatGPT, and it seems like people can get some stuff built doing that. Okay, but why, when I press that, does it not add an at there? Here we go, void callback is what we want, I think. So void callback on pressed. Yes, that's what we wanted. And that's what you use ChatGPT for. Well, I guess that was a bit, it did give me a lot more code than I needed, but it did allow me to not need to do anything myself. Okay, so now we're just going to create the other buttons. What was this one? Hashtag tag, and then $. Rate. Okay. Tag pressed, and then rate pressed. Tag pressed, rate pressed. I don't know if we need to have the set state though. So we're going to remove that from the tag pressed and then see what happens if we press the tag. Okay, so we don't need to have the set state, which is good. We don't want to set the state unless we need to. Exploit tutorial, it's much easier to ask for what you know, because people who can't code get frustrated when using ChatGPT because they don't know what to ask for. And I think that's also very true. I think some people maybe underestimate the value of knowing, of learning to code, because just learning to code means you know how to think when it comes to building an app and building projects. And because you know how to think, you can then know how to ask the right questions to ChatGPT or to Co-pilot or whatever. I don't know how Co-pilot works, but and that then will speed up your workflow instead of the person that doesn't know what to even ask. Like when I started out, I didn't know about databases, for instance. Like I had no idea how Facebook was able to connect me to a friend of mine somewhere else. Like I had no idea how that worked. I didn't know that there was a database somewhere and there was servers and all that sort of stuff. I didn't know any of it. And so for me in that stage to then ask ChatGPT, "I'll build this for me," I would have had no clue, and it would have been near impossible for me to understand it, I think, without first just learning a little bit of the fundamentals of programming. Now you can ask the question of how difficult would it be to then ask ChatGPT to explain it to me so that I could then understand it enough, but yeah, I don't know. Main axis alignment dot space around. Okay, that's too much, so we won't use that. But we will. Bro, which one? Windows, Mac, or Linux? I'm using Mac. And after Mac, I would say that Linux is the best one for programming. But Windows is better if you want to do other things than just programming. Did you get a Raspberry Pi 5 Cal? No, I haven't looked into it. Okay. This has been pressed. So we need to add padding. Padding edge insets dot all 5. Let's just say. Okay, that's not what we wanted. We want, what's the other one? Margin. Is it margin? Padding, margin, yeah. Okay, that's the one. Now that looks closer to this, but we may want that to be a little bit smaller. 35. Okay, that does look better, I think. Okay. Is this Python? No, it's not Python, it's Dart, and we're using Flutter. Okay, so now the controller.txt, we don't want to replace the text, we just want to add this to the text. So then we'll go to ChatGPT. I have a text editing controller in Flutter and I want to add pinned text to the existing text. Do I do this? String current text. Okay, so that's the only way to do that, I guess. So we'll create another void, update text. And then that will take a string text to add. And then we'll do string original text equals controller.text, and then string to add or text to add is controller.text equals original text plus text, text to add, okay? And then we can call that function here as well. So we'll do update text, task.name, and then we'll do the same thing here. Update text. Okay, and then we'll see what happens, because now I think we have something. And then we'll do at, and then we'll do tag, and then we'll do rate, and then we'll do da. Perfect. Oh, that's really good. How long have you been programming and how did you go about learning? I want to change careers. So I think the best way to learn how to code, and I'm not sponsored by this at all, but this is what I did. Java head first. This is the book that I would buy. Oh, this is the book that I would buy. Java Head First by O'Reilly. And the way that I learned to code was just, I went through this book from page 1 to page whatever, and I did it in 30 days. And what I did was I just calculated, okay, this is how many pages it is. I want to do it in 30 days. And then I figured out how many pages I had to do per day. And I think it was something like 10 or something like that, which wasn't that much because there's not that much to read on every single page. So it's definitely like, maybe it will take you like 30 minutes to an hour to do 10 pages per day. And after you finish with that book, you know how to code, you know the basics of object-oriented programming. And once you know that, you can basically attempt any project from there. And then you just need to learn the specific things that you need to know for the project that you want to try. So that's what I would do. I would buy that book and then go about it that way. Bro, do people like come up to you and tell you that they watch your videos? That would be a good feeling, right? Yeah, people do sometimes. Like, it's, since I do videos in English, my audience is spread out throughout the world, I think. And that means that in my home country, not many people know me. Very, very few people know me, I think. So I barely get recognized. I've been recognized like 1 or 2 times. So it's not very common for me. And it's it's cool that someone comes up to me and that, but it's just, I think it feels very unreal that people are watching. Like, even though this, like streaming and seeing you guys actually chatting to me and like replying to this stuff, that feels more real than YouTube and watching comments and that stuff. It feels very like abstract. It doesn't feel like it's me. Whenever I film a video and edit my videos, I never really reflect over the fact that someone is going to actually see this and someone's going to be on the other side of the screen seeing me. Like for instance, anytime I'm with like a group of friends or something and someone's like, oh, let's look at your video or something like that. To me, that feels really like, that's when I get sort of embarrassed and I realize that, okay, people are actually watching this. And so when someone comes up to me, it's strange. It doesn't feel like, compliments don't feel like they come, I think it's a good thing because like compliments don't affect me as much, but also negative comments and things like that don't affect me as much as well because of that. So I think I'd rather have it be where I am not very affected by negative comments and thus also not very affected by the positive comments, because if I was super affected by the positive comments, then I feel like I'd want to adapt or make videos for those comments and like to get those comments. But that would also mean, I think the yin and yang of that is that if I got a really big boost from positive comments, then I would also get really pulled down by negative comments. So the better option would be to not get as much of a boost from the positive comments and thus not get pulled down by negative comments. And I think that's where I'm at, where it just doesn't feel like anyone is commenting on me. Even though I try to be as authentic as I can in my videos, it for some reason just doesn't feel like it's me, if that makes sense. If I saw you outside, I would definitely take a photo with you. You've inspired me in many ways. Yeah, you feel free to come up if you do see me. And I would be open to taking a picture. It just feels weird. It feels like that's something that people do with celebrities, and I don't feel like I'm a celebrity. Okay, so now this functionality has been added. Do we want it? I think we want it a little bit smaller than this. Maybe. Or at least we want this container edge into the top only. You made me laugh hard last night in the latest video on YouTube when you were trying to deal with the wasp in your house. Well, that's good. I was trying to make that feel a little bit funny. I thought the MacBook was going to hit the floor when you knocked the charging cable. The charging cable. Yeah, maybe I did. I don't even remember doing that in the video. Okay. So now this looks pretty good. I feel like I want to make them a little bit smaller still. But then they kind of cut off the text, which I don't like. I left a comment, but I didn't see the answer. If you don't mind asking, how old are you? I'm 30 years old. I have many ideas, but I can't find the time to code them. I have a full-time job, but in my free time, I didn't have the strength to code or something like this. What should I do? I have many ideas, but I can't find the time to code them. Yeah, that's a hard situation. I don't know. I don't know what I would do. In my free time, I didn't have the strength to code or something like this. I think it's hard. It's hard if you have a full-time job and you also want to spend time working on a project, and especially if you don't feel like you have the energy for it. It does take up a lot of energy to code, and I could imagine having a full-time job, coming home at like 5 p.m. or 6 p.m. or however late you come home, I don't know. And it would be hard to then put in the time to work on a project. Find the time to code them, I already have. Yeah, I don't know. Do you work as a programmer? If you work as a I don't know what I would do. It's a difficult question. Read the book called Deep Work. Jesus, I thought you were 26 or something. Wow, I'm 28 and now I feel like a mess. I don't know what you mean by the fact that you feel like a mess. Do you feel like a mess because I'm so old, or what is the deal? Yeah, I work as a programmer. Okay, you work as a programmer as well. Well, if you work as a programmer, then I can definitely understand that you wouldn't have the energy to come home and then continue working on a project. Yeah, I don't know. It's the only option, like really, and sometimes that is the only option, it would be to take less hours if you could. That's like, it depends on what you think is more important to you. If that is really important to you, you feel like that's something that I want to focus on, then the only option I see is you work less and you maybe ask for 1 day off per week or something like that, and then you use that to work on those projects. I'm assuming that you have ideas for projects and you ideally would want them to become your main source of income, so that you could then quit your job as a programmer to just focus on your projects. And if that is what you want to do, then you'd probably have to, I mean, you only have so much time. So if you don't have it, then the only option is, I guess, to try to make time somehow by changing something. Because you look cool and healthy while I'm 28 years old and terrible, I look older. Yeah, I think, I don't know, maybe the videos don't do me justice. And bro is 30 but doesn't have a beard. Yeah, I don't have the beard genetics. I wish I did, but I don't. And so I think I've always suffered from this, where it's like I'd look, when I was like 20, I think people thought I was 15. And I guess that's better as you get older, but not as fun when you're really young and people think you're 15 when you're 20. Have you ever messed around with any other text editors other than VS Code? Yeah, I think I've tried most of them, like Sublime Text, Vim. I've used Vim quite a bit, and what else have I used? PyCharm, I think. Android Studio, that's an IDE, not really a text editor, but I have a hot take on this topic. While having a full-time job, you don't have to make your product. Because if it fails you still have a salary. Couple that with the 8-hour day job, it's difficult. While having a full-time job, you don't have to make your product. You don't have to launch your product. Yeah, I think that's true too. Like, it all depends on, like, there's so many context specific things to that question, where it's like, well, I don't know if you're financially stable. Like, if the programming job that you have allows you to, if you're making more money than you need, then that's a specific situation where you could then take on less work or ask for fewer hours of work if that's possible. Now I know that might not be realistic, because in some places they wouldn't be open to you working less. They would maybe want you to work more than you already are. So maybe that's not an option. If that's not an option, then depending on how financially stable you are, then you could look at like switching jobs to something else and taking on like 50% position where you only work 50%, and then you just have to think about, like, is that worth it? Is that what you want? Do you want to work less to be able to focus on your ideas? And it depends on what you, like, if you have a family, then maybe you need to support them, and you need to think about that as well. And yeah, there's just so many variables. Yeah, exactly. If you have kids, that changes stuff. I would say that if you don't have other people relying on you for support, then I would take the opportunity to try to make something else work as well. unless you're really happy with the job that you're doing. It's so hard, like there's so many things to this question, but I think it can be alluring to have the prospect of creating your own thing that you can make your own money off of, and you can make maybe more money than you can make in a job. But I think it's also important to remember all the things that come with that, because what comes with that is that you have to be responsible for everything. You have to decide everything that gets done. You have to make all the decisions, which means that it can lead to a position where you might have to work a lot more than you're already working. And yeah, you can end up in a situation where you have less time than you have now because you need to spend that time focusing on the project that you have and making that work, and that can be way more difficult. Whereas the job that you're doing as a programmer might not feel as exciting, and it may not have the same the same potential when it comes to how much you can make from it, but you get the benefits of not having to decide yourself what you're doing. You have a boss that tells you, okay, today you need to work on this, and you need to get this feature to work, and you don't have to think about it that much. And when you come home from work, you can let it go, and you don't have to be thinking about, okay, how do I solve this? And I need to solve this. I need to make money from this thing, and I need to do that, because all of that stuff is taken care of for you. And there's actually a lot of benefit to something like that as well. Just the not having to think that much. I think it's sometimes underestimated how valuable it is to not have to make decisions yourself, or make big decisions yourself, and not be responsible for that sort of stuff. So do you have a full-time job, or are you freelance? No, my full-time job is YouTube. That's the only thing that I do. For backend, do you use Firebase, Supabase, or a custom backend? If I was building an app today with a backend, depending on what the backend would be for, but if it would be for just like users, then I would use Firebase. I haven't used Supabase, so I don't know what that is. And a custom backend is something that would be useful if you're building something bigger, I think. But I guess it's a lot of work to build your own backend, and I don't think you need to for most of the projects that you could come up with. Now, I think Firebase is useful because you can also customize that quite a bit. But there's also like AWS that you can use. Is YouTube money enough? Yeah, YouTube money is enough. You can make quite a lot. I think that's what people don't understand too. Is like, how do you support yourself? And when you have a relatively big YouTube channel, you can support yourself off of that. And I've been doing YouTube full time, like I've been living off of my YouTube channel full time since 2019. Working on your business is not the same as working on someone else's business. Yeah, that's very true. It can be a lot more motivating to be working on your own business and knowing that your input directly affects your personal situation. But it can also be very stressful. Hey Holden, just want to say that the videos in that 2-year period where you did not program were also so cool. The sailing videos, the videos about struggling with your purpose, the nature videos. Yeah, I really like making those videos as well, and I think this setup might be a good way for me to combine those things, because my thinking is that I will, and I said this yesterday, but my thinking is that I will stream everything that I code, and then I will film and vlog sort of my days after I'm streaming, and then I will combine that into a video similar to the devlogs that I've been doing, because I see that Don't Read My Name Out Loud one commented and asked about the devlogs when they're coming back. And my idea is that I will make devlogs out of these streams, where I will then do what I've been doing in the past videos, where I fast forward through the coding. And then if you want to watch the actual coding part, then you can join in on the live streams, or you can watch the past live streams. And if you watch the live streams and you want to see what else did he do that day, like the sailing, nature stuff, or working out, whatever, then you can watch the devlogs, which are like the summarization of my weeks. But I think I'll start with that sometime in August, because now it's summer, and I want to have some time to do other things as well. But that's the long-term plan, is to do that. Can you make a video where you try and review other people's programming code? I could make a video about that. I don't, like, I'm not an expert programmer, so me reviewing someone else's code, I feel like it's something that I could do, but I would have to find a way to do it in a way that would feel authentic to me, because I couldn't do it and be like, okay, this is shit, and this is like, what were you thinking here? Why did you code it like this? Because I myself am sitting in a glass house. If that is an expression in English, I don't know. But if I was to comment on that, I would be in the tallest glass house in the world and throwing rocks at people. Meaning that if I'm in a really tall glass house throwing rocks at people, it would only take a tiny rock back to make me fall all the way to the ground from that house. Hold on, love you, bro. What I want to recommend is add a number of letter to the thumbnail of each of the time tracking videos. I thought you were just re-uploading the same videos until I looked close. Wait, what? Add a number of letter on the thumbnail of each time tracking video. Ah, okay, do you mean for the live streams? Because if you look at the YouTube channel, I have like day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4. Firebase is so expensive. True, but working on your own business, building a startup, and it's more fulfilling in many ways, but what other people call burnout is a normal day for me, definitely not for the faint of heart. Best part, roasting people's code. Syftar du på att kasta glashus på stenar? Yes, det syftar jag på. Hey, Holden, really cool, enjoying the content, started Go programming because of your videos. Started with basic Python scripts, and now I'm in a very happy web dev position. That's awesome. That's great. Okay. I'm gonna just grab a protein shake and then I'll be back. Okay, now I have my shake. Okay, now we'll try to get this thing set up. What do we call that? Start time, end time. Time setter widget dart. Time setter widget. And let's think about what we need for this. So we need the title of it, time, and date. So this So we change the time here, and then once the time is changed, what happens? This should update. So if we say that this is a different time, then this should update so that we can see how much time has passed. Okay, actually, let's just make it look the way that it should, and then we can figure out the specifics. Container. Row. Children. Text. Child text. Row, and then we'll do children. Container. I feel like I overuse containers, but I think it's a good way to just contain the stuff that you're building. Go crazy. Okay. So this is an elevated button. Child elevated button. Child text. Hello. Okay, so then we'll add the time setter widget, which should be below this one. Time setter widget, title, start time. Okay, so that looks pretty good. Start time. Oh, okay. Okay. Height is media query dot of context dot size dot height okay, and then padding edge inset dot all to 5. So we're trying to make it look like this. So we can have them next to each other, that way it will be easier to tell how far off we are. Somewhere like that. Okay, elevated button to color. Amisham, what's up? Yes, I'm working on Flutter or in Flutter right now. Style? Primary. Why is primary isn't defined? Style. Why isn't it pure white though? I don't like that. Okay, that's the way to do it. Now we're getting somewhere. I wanted to work on a time tracking app to focus on working out, but then gave up because it's all excuses to delay working out. Yeah, that's a good, what would you call it? Good conclusion. Margin, edge insets dot only top 20. Okay. font weight bold. Okay, so now we have the start time is bold. We might want this thing to be a little bit bigger though. 0.08. Nope. 6. Probably closer to what we want. And Holden, do you design the UI by yourself? Yeah, I designed the UI by myself, which is why it may not be optimal. Okay, so now the question is, what do we want to have happen when we press these? Because we want to be able to set a start time and a start date. So the question is, when we press that, do we want some sort of date picker to when the button is pressed, I want the user to be able to set the time of day. Yeah, see you later, Eric. Your design looks amazing, almost the same as the old fitness gym. Yeah, the workout tracking app is pretty much the same. I just realized that like after I designed this, that for whatever reason, I seem to always pick purple designs for my apps, which I'm not a huge fan of purple. It's just, for some reason, that's what I settle on. To allow the user to create a method that shows the time picker on pressed. Okay, I'm just going to use the bathroom quick. All right. Show time picker. So let's just see what this looks like. On pressed pick time. So the question is then, wait, let's just see. 10:45, okay. Maybe we'll do a callback function here. Final void callback. Time picker. No. Required. This dot select time. Okay, and then we'll do select time, selected time. Okay, it can't be a void callback. Wait. I have Is he reading the chat? Yes, I am. Is this a hobby of yours or are you a professional? Yeah, this is a hobby of mine, I guess. Depends. I'm not a professional in the sense that I am working. I'm a software developer as a job. Hello Cal, nice to see you. I've been watching your videos for a few years, but it's the first time I catch you live on stream. Thanks for the awesome content and happy coding. Thank you so much for watching. Ever get imposter syndrome when developing? Yeah, try coding on a live stream and you'll get imposter syndrome times like 20. Don't you feel ChatGPT Co-pilot makes your brain lazy? I feel that using those work. Yeah, it does make your brain a little bit lazy depending on how you use it, but I'm trying to find like the balance of using ChatGPT versus just building stuff myself. But for this stuff, I feel like it's kind of good to ask ChatGPT to build this, because then I can look at it and I can kind of see, okay, this is how ChatGPT suggests doing it, and then I can figure out, should I do it that way or should I maybe do it some different way? And it's also like context specific, so it's specific to my case. So I feel like it's sort of just a better Stack Overflow, if that makes sense. Like I wouldn't be able to get this specific of an answer on Stack Overflow. So this just helps me be a little bit faster when I actually look through it. So the question is, I don't really know if we want the time of day to be used or if we want a timestamp instead. Show time picker. Thanks for inspiring me. I made a Dart first time ever using my models, and it's a space-time model. Okay. Time of day. Time of day, daytime.now, daytime. Okay. Selected time, there's no corresponding selected time, set start time. Okay, and then we'll print start time. Okay, so let's see if we set this, which will set to this. Start time 11:55. Yep, okay, again. Set it to 9 or 21:35. 21:35. Okay, so that seems to now give us a start time. Good. We also want to update the text for it, so time setter widget. The title should now be here. Title equals blah, 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 blah. $sign date time dot hour, and then that, and then $sign date time dot minute. Okay, that did not update it. But maybe we can do that either way. Final title. The permanent clock can't have a value of null because the implicit value is null. Try adding non-null factor required. Okay. Question mark. Clock. Wow. Okay. Time equals datetime dot now, and then clock equals time dot hour Is it just me or is coding time-related things incredibly time-consuming? Yes. Datetime.now, string formatted time. Okay. Let's go here, void format time. Actually, string date time. Okay. Okay, serious question. In your app, are you going to allow users to allocate certain times for certain things, like say allocated lunchtime? I'm not sure. Like the idea with the app is to track time, not necessarily plan your time. So it's not. I guess what you're saying is that the app could set up a schedule for something, but because I think you'd need to be able to schedule things in order to allocate time for things. So I don't think so, but I think on the other hand, but you'd get information, I think, that would help you select your lunchtime, if that makes sense. Because if you get analytics for like, this is when I usually take a break, or this is how long my breaks are, or towards the closer it gets to 12 p.m., my breaks just get longer and longer, then that could be an indication that maybe you should start taking your lunchtime at 12 p.m. And that sort of stuff could be analyzed within the app, is the idea. So this does not work. We want to set this clock here. Okay, that could be why, actually, I just realized. If we pull, do this. Clock equals format. Do you have some demo of the app, what you're doing to showcase really quick? Yeah, this is the demo, I guess. Tracking time like this. So this is just one part of the app. And then here you can type in things for the tasks and things like that. You can start the time to start tracking it, and then you can stop it. And now we're working on trying to figure out how to set a time, because maybe you realize that, oh, I wanted to track this, and then you go into the app and you don't want to just be able to start it from now. You want to also be able to set, like, okay, I actually started 3 hours ago. You want to be able to set that, which I don't know now how we're gonna do. Okay. So we'll see what happens if we do that. 11:16. Okay, it updates. So now that updates here, which is good. Now we need to make this thing update as well. And we're gonna ask ChatGPT. Now I have a button, and when it gets pressed, I want the user to be able to set date. 10, 6. Final function. Have you ever created a directory site? I don't really know what a directory site is. I go back and forth on trying to achieve 100% data integrity and just living with the fact that it's not feasible. What's your take on it? I don't really, again, I don't really know what you mean by 100% data integrity. What type of data integrity? Do you mean for yourself, or are you close to the alpha or beta release? I think we're relatively close. Like, I guess this could be an alpha, like just the ability to track time. This could be an alpha. And then we can add the other things, which are then the more analytics based stuff that could be added as the upcoming feature. Because this is going to be the next thing. I think that's what I'll do. I think the first thing I'll do is release just this part of the app where you can just track your time. And then we'll make an update to it where you can actually see or analyze your time however you want. So I think we're pretty close to it. What about Vim? Are you still using it? Yeah, I use Vim every now and then, but I mostly use it for smaller things. So if it's like, especially for Python automations, where it's just like a tiny little script and I just need to update something, or if I have things like bash files and things like that where I just need to change something, then I'll use Vim. But there's something I'm still not used to Vim in the way that I would want to, in order to be able to be as efficient as I am with regular text editors. I mean, like, I want objects in my code to be in a valid state 100% of the time. In other words, if a method receives a person object, I want to always be sure it's a valid object. For example, it's easy to achieve it, but as the code base grows, it becomes harder and harder. Yeah, I guess the ideal would be to go back and like refactor the code and make sure that you can, that all of that stuff is sort of set in the right way. But I think it's difficult, especially if you're working on it on your own. And it's also difficult to remember all the places where you might do those things. But I think it makes sense to have that as a goal where your goal is to achieve it, but you may not. Okay. So now the date time is picked. The thing is, if we've already set, okay, so this is what we're gonna do. Copy this code, and then we're gonna explain it to ChatGPT. So I have this code. If the user has already set the clock, the hour and minutes, I want the date picker to use those hours and minutes. But if the date has been picked, but not the hour, and I want the user, I want the okay, void pick date, time of day, select the time, final date, time, pick date, await, show date picker, if picked this date time. Okay. Okay, so we'll have to write this out, I think, in a comment. I'm pretty new to coding. What would be your suggestion to start out with this big journey? My suggestion would be to find a project that you want to build and then try to build it. Listen to you. What gesture are you using to swipe across the screens like that? It's on Mac, and I'm just using 3 fingers to swipe across the screens. Do you work right now as a software engineer, or do you work on your startup? I'm not working as anything other than a YouTuber right now. How do you keep track of specifics of the features that you're working on? Sorry if you covered this already, first time watching. The way that I keep track of, I don't necessarily keep track of anything in a super structured way. What I do is I will write a comment like this, and I'll write to do, and then whatever I need to do. So if I'm working on this now and I don't quite have time to finish it, then I'll write down a to-do like this, and I'll write out what I need to continue working on. And so that means that I can then just go here and I'll search to-do, and then I can see all the to-dos that I have. And then I can just go through them later on and fix whatever is needed to be done. Linux still embarrassment. How do you, is still an embarrassment for desktop users after 40 years? Maybe. I don't know. How's the gym going? What's your bench? The gym is going pretty good. I haven't done bench press in a long time, but I think if I would go in right now, I'd probably be able to do something like 100 kilos. And the best I've ever done is 130, if that is interesting to know. Okay, so what we need to do here is check if there is a selected time. Actually, we should probably have a date time that we set the hour, minutes, day, month, and year. Selected date. So time of day can be removed, I think. And then select the date is what we're going to use. Okay, so select the date starts out being right now, and then we can change it here. So this is removed. Date time pick, show date picker. Selected date. So now we set all of this, and then we do picked like so. And that should then clear up everything. Selected time, date. Okay, and then we remove that. Format time, date time. Select the date. Okay, if we run that, then what happens? We can set this to be this, 1025. Then we can change this. No, we cannot. Okay, that's why, because we don't have this. So on pressed, we want this to execute. And then we can set a date. Okay. And then we want to print this so that we just know that we actually did do what we wanted. Print start time. Okay, so now let's do that. Okay. Okay, nothing happened when we set. Why did nothing happen? Okay. Selected date equal picked. If picked does not equal null, clock, we'll change that to be, or we'll add one that will be date, and then this text will be date. Okay, let's see what happens. Format date. Okay, I'm not really sure what happened there, but let's ask ChatGPT. Okay, that seems to work. Okay. If we run this now, what should happen is we should be able to set the time here, and we should be able to set the date here. But the date should automatically set to, the start time should automatically set to whatever time it is right now. So if we do 9th, it should be the 9th at 11:44, and that's what we get printed here. So that seems to work. Now we can also set this to be something else. So now we should get the 9th here, but it should be 10:40 instead. That's okay, but this worked. So we get a render flex error. All right, now we just need to do 7. Nope, that's not the one. 6. Five. All right. This now seems to work. And if we press start, what I want is, I want it to calculate the time here and add it automatically up here. So that's going to be the next thing, which I don't know where to start with really. I know you use a Mac laptop, but do you use an external screen with it, or just look at the tiny screen while you code? Yeah, I'm just looking at the tiny screen while I code. It's a 13-inch, so it's quite a small screen, but I feel like it works quite well, especially on Mac, where you can just swipe between the different things. So it's almost like, it feels like you have multiple monitors at once, because this action is so simple. Is that a Garmin Phoenix? Yes, it's a Garmin Phoenix. What is it? 6, I think? Yeah, 6X Pro Solar is what I have. Do you still believe that Flutter has a future? Yes. 6X. So, oh, you have the same watch. Nice. Nice taste in watches. Do you still believe that Flutter has a future? Yeah, I still believe Flutter has a future. Is Flutter getting shut down? Rumors are misleading. There was some app that I saw that was like going over to moving over to Flutter, and there was like a big thing, so that made me, when I saw that, I was like, okay, it's probably not shutting down, it's probably, there is probably still a future in it. A lot of people from the Flutter team are getting laid off lately. Yeah, I heard that too, and that's why I was like, okay, maybe it's not a good thing anymore. But there was some I found something somewhere where it's like this big app or big company that was doing Flutter. Sonos used Flutter in an app that allows users to control Sonos devices within their homes. Tide, Intersquare, Twilio. Twilio provides communication. Batman. Philips Hue, apparently. Toyota. Amazon, what? Amazon made Amplify Flutter widely available to help developers use. This is big news. Okay, I thought Amazon went over to Flutter. Emre, aka, what do you do? What do you use Flutter for? I mean, Flutter for big and complex apps is not that recommended, but for small apps, it's a pretty good choice. Yeah, I think that's also what I would guess, is that maybe once you get, the way that I look at it is, I see Flutter as a way for me as an independent developer, or as a single developer, to be able to create an app quickly myself and like handle the entire process myself, and also get the widest distribution possible, because I can build it once and have it for both Android and iOS at the same time. And it's a way for me to then test the concept to say, is this an app that people want to use? And if it is, then you can move on to like thinking about maybe building out a platform specific app using like Swift or Xcode for iOS and Android Studio for Android, and like optimizing the apps, if that makes sense. But first you want to just get something built and something out there. And for that, I think Flutter works really well. We're building a kind of chat app to be used at Volkswagen dealerships. But that's not the only project we build using Flutter. Okay, that's really cool. To me, I just think it's one of the ways to... It's a proof of concept tool for me. It's a way for me to quickly get an app built, or quickly, but get an app built, see, is there a market for this? And if it is, then you can move on to creating an actual team around the app, and then potentially, depending on what the app requires, you might have to create platform-specific stuff. Also, you can migrate native code in Flutter. Web performance is horrible though. Okay. Okay, so the time tracker. Counter. Start timer from if start time So I think what we can do is we can create start time. Start time null, print no start time. Okay, so I just want to see if when I press this, field start time has not been initialized. If, okay. Uh, 477. Okay, again, press start, no start time, perfect. That's what we want. So if there's no start time, then we don't want to start the timer, else start timer. So what I'm doing now is I'm just setting it up so that we can set a new start time. Okay, I just have to think. Start time, blah, 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 nice. Now we'll do start timer from date. And then we'll go set start time. Okay, wait, that won't work. Okay. Late, date time, start time, blah, blah, blah. And won't need that. Okay, so what we'll check instead is if start times dot length is equal to 0. If there are no start times, wait. No. You can do is empty, yeah. I could do is empty, but I'm thinking the idea is that we want if the user has set the start time here, so if we've already set the start time to be 10, let's say, 3 minutes. Right. So if the user set the start time here to be 10, then when we press play, wait. Oh, this is so, like, I don't know how why did it work? It doesn't necessarily make sense that it worked. That's kind of cool, that effect, but okay, so it doesn't totally make sense that that worked, but it did work. So now the question is, why did that work? Okay, wait, what we can do is we can do start times dot is empty, and start time does not equal null. Else start time, okay. So that means that if we set it to be 11:05, it starts at 1 hour. Pause it, start it, pause it, start it, pause it, start it. Okay, and then let's say just task tester, and then save. We'll say task tester is 1 second. Why does it save as 1 second though? Start timer from date. Start time. Okay. Start time stop add start time. Why does it not set this correctly? Print start times. (9:07). (12:07). So this should then generate a 3-hour timestamp. But when I save it, oh, now we got a 3-hour timestamp. But why did that, how come? Okay, do it again. Start from 8, okay. Play, stop, programming, play, stop, and then save. Now we get 2 seconds. Oh, is it actually the latest time entry? Okay, I see what it is. It's just because we're saving several time entries. We're saving several start times and end times, And this is not a summarization of all the start times and end times. This is actually just the last start time and end time. So if my theory is correct, then what should happen is if we say that this starts at 11 and we press start, wait, okay, so we said this starts at 11, then we press start, and then we type in programming, press stop. Then we have a time entry here that you can see. But now let's play this for 5 seconds. So we'll play it until it's at 34. 1, 2, 3, 4, stop. And if I save this now, we should get a timestamp here in the list for programming that is 5 seconds, which we do get 5 seconds here. So that means that it does seem to work. It seems to be doing what I expected it to do. Okay. So now we need to write down some to-dos, I think. So the first to-do is for the analytics homepage, profile page, start time equals start time, time entry, da da da. So here to do, summarize pauses to show actual total time worked on that time entry. That's the first thing. And then we also need to make sure that, because when I press programming here and I start, and then I stop, and then I save, we don't actually get anything here. But if I type in programming, and I start, and then I stop, and then I save, we get programming here. But what should happen is when we press this button, it should actually save it here as well. So we need to make sure that that happens. Suggested widget, on pressed, where's the on pressed? Somewhere here we will have the to do. Make sure the updated controller also is used when saving the task. Okay, that is a to-do. All right. I think that's going to be it for today. We've made a lot of progress today, actually, and I mean, it's pretty close now to being ready for a pre-alpha or a beta release of the app. The only thing is just structuring a little bit of this and making sure that you can also set the color of the task so that it's just not always this teal color. And then updating the time thing here so that you can actually set an end time as well, and making sure that everything is tracked in the proper way. But then we're pretty much done. Yeah, now it's time to do the git commit blah blah blah. But yeah, I guess that's, I'm pretty happy with the progress that we made today. And now it is time for me to take a break and go do something else. I need to work on the boat, I need to set up the solar panels, and that's going to be the next task of my day. But thank you so much for joining me on the stream, and I hope I'll see you in the next stream. And thank you so much for helping out as well and like being active in the chat. I really enjoy it, and I appreciate you for supporting me in whatever way, just by watching. It does make a big difference. So thank you so much for that, and I'll see you soon.